Hello and welcome everyone to Marathon Mondays Productivity Sprints. I'm Shanon, writing under the pen name of S.C. Huston, the author of A Curse of Scales and Feathers and newly released A Curse of Wings and Gems. We're actually 1 week from the release date. Came out last week on Tuesday, so this is the 7th day. So that makes sense, right? But yes, today the goal of the stream is that I want to hit 8 hours of writing, and that what that looks like is not like 8 hours of a stream, and it's not 8 1-hour sprints. So it's 8 hours total of writing. And last week was the first time that I tried this, and I had to go like 10 hours total. And I did have some like distractions because last Monday was a celebration of Martin Luther King Day. So my husband and my kiddo was home. So there were a few times when I went out to go get like another cup of coffee, and I'm talking to them for a while. I do have kitties with me in the room today, so they could be distracting as well. But I'm hoping that with fewer distractions, we won't go quite as long. I'm hoping. It was a 10-hour day last week. But if I can stay on track and not get too distracted with the sprints and actually do like the pretty close to a full hour of sprinting of working on my writing project during that hour sprint, then we'll do 8 sprints. But we'll see how that goes and if there's any distractions. I'm sure there's going to be a few. But if I'm only off by like 15 or 20 minutes, then I won't do another sprint just for that, but we'll see how it goes. And the first person in was Kat. Hey, yo. And I did want to mention that Elsa is sprinting right now too. I don't know how much longer she has. She starts a bit before me, but she's in the middle of a sprint right now. If you want to stop in and say hello, support other author tubers here. And I'm clicking over to her screen. And she's still a pretty small channel. So if you can go over, say hello, subscribe, that would be awesome. And then Kat said, I'm doing some crochet right now, drinking my coffee, and then I need to actually plan my day. And I was like, that's a nice way to start. I mean, just so crocheting and drinking coffee. It sounds so relaxing. I started mine with exercise. I went to the gym, and I'm still burning up, which is crazy because it's like 30 degrees here, and outside feels much nicer than my inside my house. So, but I'm sure I'm gonna cool down eventually at some point here. But yeah, I don't know how the storm is affecting other people who might be here in the U.S. I'm in the Florida Panhandle, and so they had said it was going to be like 30 degrees, but feel like 18. Now, 18 degrees would be cold for me, and I run hot the way it is, so 18 degrees would be cold for me. 30 degrees, it's just starting to get too cold for me at that point. It did not feel like 18 degrees out at all. I felt pretty fine when I went out this morning, but I did get up a bit earlier and start my car, make sure it would go. I didn't even have any frost on my car. And this is like the lowest temperatures we've had so far this year. And we've had low temperatures over the last few weeks. And there's been like 2 or 3 times I had frost in my car. No frost today. So I'm like, okay, this wasn't that bad. But a lot of parents were kind of worried. And we kept getting messages yesterday from the district, from the Santa Rosa County District, like telling us like, no, the roads should be fine. Parents are worried, but everything's going to run smoothly, and it did. So there's no ice on the roads or anything. So it was pretty good here. So, but I don't know how it is. Probably in other places, might be kind of cold. Oh, I see Heather popped in. Heather's a bit further south than me, so maybe not as cold as me, because I'm in the Panhandle. And Kat said, all right, putting the crochet down, mainly because I need to frog current round and part of last one. I'm assuming, I think that's a type of crocheting method. I used to crochet when I was a teenager. So it's been a really long years. It's been 30 years since I was a teenager. Yeah. So been a really long time. But I don't, so I know I couldn't like pick it up and start crocheting and know how to do it, but I could probably pick it up pretty fast if I was to do it again. But I don't know. My mind is too busy. I can't sit and do nothing. Like my mind's wandering and going to other places. And that's like, I could probably dictate and crochet, but then I had to learn crocheting first because I don't want to have to think about the crocheting before I dictate. But that is an idea. Morning, Heather. I hope all is well with you. Musical Maggie. Hi. I don't know what I'm trying to say. How's it going? Good morning. I just sat down to start chapter of homework, and I will probably work on some cover letters as well. What are the cover letters for? Is this like for some of your stuff that you need to turn in with your university, or is it something else? You don't have to tell us if you don't want to. Brr, yeah, it's cold. It's supposed to be a low of 39 degrees here in the morning. Oh, okay. So yeah, it's getting pretty cold over there too. Frog is undoing it. Okay. Frog current round. So you have to undo a whole round of crochet. Or you said for a current round and part of last one. So the whole round plus part of another one. Wow, that's a lot. But I'm sure you probably are used to doing that. Sometimes I edit in crochet, so I'll edit a page or so and then crochet a little to give my brain a break from editing. That's a good idea because I'll be editing today. I'm doing a second revision pass. So I did one revision pass last week on my novella, The Florist Budding Desire, which was part of my Kickstarter, and it's going to be publishing March 16th. So even though I already had it edited once before, there's always things that you miss. And I had people who had edited it, but things are just always missed. And I don't know if I had put this sentence in there or what happened, but everybody missed this one sentence that didn't even have a start to it. It started with a lowercase letter and it was only half a sentence. And I went back through several of my drafts and it was like way back, like on the first draft, that was a complete sentence. And somewhere along the way, between the revisions and the editing, it got lost and no one caught it. And so I'm so glad I did the editing pass last week. And I'm doing a second editing pass, but this time I'm using Pro Writing Aid. So I just did it myself. I did an editing pass just to see any typos or whatnot. And it did involve some, like, I changed out a few words here and there for better words, or like if there was like echoes of words, I changed a couple of those. I think there's 2 of those, but yeah, I'm editing and revising are not my favorite parts of the 2. Editing is probably the one I do not like at all. It's the least, but I love to brainstorm and draft. That's my favorite part. It's coming up with the ideas, building the world, and then building the story. But the revising and editing is like, yeah. So now I'm editing, but I'm ahead of schedule. I am purposely, like I'm doing 8 hours of writing today. I purposely figured out, like, I sat down over my break and I figured out, okay, if I need to edit, like, this is how long, and I have 3 years of history of my writing process. So I could look at how long it typically took me to edit a piece of work, how long it typically took me to revise a piece of work. And so I looked at my timing and I looked at what I need to do for my publishing schedule, because I'm trying to publish 10 things all together this year. And I've got one done. Now the next one's in March. And I looked at, okay, this is how much time I need to dedicate for revising. This is how much time I need to dedicate to editing this. And then I figured out how much time it would take me to, like, prep a document for upload to the platforms, retailer platforms, and how long it would take me to upload based off of, some of the things that I just remember from doing it. And I just did my Kickstarter novel. I got that published last week. So kind of going off of that a little bit. And so I figured out how many hours I needed to dedicate to each project. And then also giving time for my readers, because some of my stories still have to go through readers. And I figured all that out, and I figured out, okay, this is how much time during the week I need to spend with the revising and publishing schedule. And revising is including editing in there. Typically, I do separate it out when I log it in, but I'm just saying my revising and publishing schedule. So I have a revising and publishing schedule, and I was like, okay, this is how many hours. It's roughly 22 hours a week, at least for this first few months. It will get less and less as it goes on, because I'll have gone through all the reader process, all the editing, all the revisions, all of that. So it will get less throughout the year, but to start, I need 22 hours a week to meet my revision and publishing schedule. And I'm actually a little bit ahead of my schedule, and I'm short 1 hour from last week. That was on Friday. I ended up having an interview that I was not planning that day. And when I have something happen in a day, it kind of throws off I have a superpower of focus. I can super focus, but if I have something else that interrupts what I'm trying to focus on, then I kind of lose my focus. Like, it's really hard to get back into that frame of mind again. And I ended up having an interview that was rescheduled to Friday. And I think that interview is going to come out middle of February, because we have to talk about the AuthorTube Writing Conference. And that was with Book Funnel, and that will be on their channel. They have a YouTube channel, Book Funnel does. So yeah, so hopefully they're trying to get it to come out the week of February 13th, because February 13th we're going to have a live stream where we get to tell everyone what the AWC is going to look like, because we figured out the schedule and what that one-day conference would look like. So that's going to be us revealing that. So they're trying to schedule it to come out that day. But anyways, I got distracted, so I didn't get my extra hour in. It's actually 65 minutes is what I'm short. Yeah, 65 minutes. I wrote it down. And I didn't get done on the weekend because I had to do admin stuff on the weekend. Anyways, with all that said, I'm trying to stick really closely to my editing and revision schedule. And especially I'm ahead of the revision editing schedule, but even though I didn't get that 1 hour in. So right now, the Florist Budding Desire, I was supposed to start this second editing pass. No, I was already supposed to be in it. So I'm in it already. But it's supposed to be done by February. I'm like jumping ahead months. February 2nd, because on February 3rd, I need to prep it for ARC and Retailer. So, and I think I'm going to be able to get through it today, the second editing pass. And this is all I need to do is the second editing pass, and I'll be done with it. And then it's just get prepped for Retailers and the ARC for people who want to read it. Okay, enough of me talking about that. Externship apps. No one told me when I went to grad school I'd have to continue applying to grad school. I don't know what an externship app is. I'm assuming apps is application, but I've never heard of externship before. That's interesting. I imagine there probably, I don't know if it would be in grad school or not. I did for my bachelor's, I went to run research. When you're in grad school, you typically do research. And depending on what type of research you're doing, you need funding. And that's where a lot of scholarships, or not scholarships, what do they call that? Whatever they're called. It's escaping me. I applied for one and got it. And so I was able to run. I got $5,000 from whatever it's called. I can't remember what it's called, to run my research when I was in my undergraduate degree. And so I think that if I had gone into psychology for my graduate degree, I can imagine I would still be doing some of those. It was right there on top of my tongue again. What do you call that? I don't remember what it's called. Joanne just did an application for one of these like last week. But anyways, kind of cool to think about where I might train next year. Yeah. You have some good choices ahead, or are you still looking at what's available? But I'm good now in a tee and a flannel shirt. It's around 65 and a little breezy and drizzly. Well, thankfully here, we're not supposed to get any rain. And it's supposed to actually get colder tonight than it was last night. And, but no rain. So I was actually talking with the bus driver about that this morning. And that's like, the best thing, right? Because we don't want ice on the roads. I'm glad that you have pretty decent weather over there. I need to schedule my streams for this week, including Sunday's stream. I'm doing a 12-hour kickoff stream for the Love of the Words February Writing Challenge. Yeah, excited to see that. It happens to overlap with my when I'm doing the charm chats, and I still have to get my hours of writing in. So I'm trying to figure out how all that's going to work. I'm going to be so busy going from my writing streams to the charm chats. Thankfully, I decided not to schedule the whole month for charm chats. I was like, I don't want to have a whole month. I had 22 authors the first year I did charm chats. It was 2 years ago. Only 20 went, 2 had to fall out. So I thought this year maybe I'd get around 20 again. I was like, do I really want 20? And I was like, okay, maybe 15. And I got to 14. And I thought, you know what? I'm okay right here. Now I do have an invite out to a couple more people. I have not heard back from them. They have had the invite in their inbox for a couple of days. So I thought, you know what, tomorrow, if I don't hear from them, I'm just going to close the form for the charm chats, and we'll have 14 people, which I think is going to be good. But it's like, I was telling my husband, I was like, I don't know if I like this schedule, or if I would like it the other way, because if 14 people, 28 days in February, that's like one every other day, which would be nice if it was spread out like that. But it's not. I have like one here, and then I have 3 here and 4 days off, and then 4 in a row, and then 5 days off. So it's a really weird schedule, but I will definitely be on the lookout. Kat, I don't know if you have a playlist link. Please feel free to drop it if you've got it. Yes, a grant. That's what I was trying to think of the word. I couldn't think of it. But yeah, if you have a chaos link, if you have a chaos link, please drop it. A playlist link, please drop it. I'm nervous and excited because I made the challenge. I know that several people are participating in it, and that feels weird. Yeah, I could so 100% feel that feeling. I had that feeling every time I do the Authentic Writing Conference. The first year was like the worst. It feels like it's a little more grounded now, but now that we're changing the structure of the conference, and it's in a different month, it's not in June this year. It feels like I'm back to that, like, oh gosh, I'm creating this thing. Is it going to go off well? Are people going to want to do it? Are people going to like it? And then on top of that, we don't have very many volunteers. We have 3 volunteers right now. Now, we still have half the year to go through, 10 months or so. We're doing November. No, about 9 months. We have about 9 months to get more volunteers. But with only 3 volunteers, that's not very much. And we definitely need the moderators for sure. That's like at the minimum is what we need is moderators. So, and grant was the word I was looking for. So the 3 levels of work placement for clinical psychology: practicum, externship, internship. Externship is a part-time community work placement where I gain experience under supervision. Do you get paid for that? Probably not. I'm assuming not, because you're getting the hours. You probably so many hours that you have to hit. Grants, yes. That's the word that I was looking for. This would be called an internship in most fields, but for us, an internship is actually the medical definition for an internship. That is definitely different. I had never heard of an externship, and of course, I did think of internship right away, but I was like, I'm not sure what the differences would be. So thank you for explaining that. All right, I've talked long enough. Let's go ahead and get into the first sprint. It is 8:15, 16. I think it just changed 16. So I think that's long enough for us to talk. Where's the tab? Some places have a stipend, but no, it's unpaid stipend pays for transit. That makes sense. There isn't a specific playlist or anything because people aren't signing up or anything, but I do have a website I made with info. Okay, thank you. When you say people aren't signing up, so I heard someone say the other day that they wanted to do this this thing that you're doing for the because it's author tubers, right? Under author tubers and booktubers under 1,000 subscribers. And they said they wanted to do it, but they thought they missed the cutoff for the applying for it. So I don't know, and because people are signing up or anything, but people creating their live streams already. If they are, you can just put the under 1K. Oh, it's different. Oh, I'm mixing it up. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and get the sprint started. But Kat, if you want to explain the difference, you don't have to if you don't want to. I can go look at the website. So, good morning, Beth Ann. How's it going? All right, you came in just in time. Let's go ahead and get started with the first one. We'll go in 3, 2, 1. Good luck. Next time on that sprint, how did you do? I need to figure it out. 23, 7, 30, 37, 9, 17. So 42 minutes? Oh, 52 minutes. I was like, I didn't think I had to take a quick break to take my coffee cup out and think about whether or not I wanted another cup of coffee. So 52 minutes and 134 words added in my editing. And I'm almost done. I'm on chapter 15, I think. No, chapter 17. And there's 18 chapters and an epilogue. So I'll finish this up on the next sprint. And then I'm trying to decide what I want to work on next. I do need to do another round of revisions on my main novel, A Curse of Spikes and Smoke. But I'm wondering if I should give it a couple more days before I start working on it, just to let things, because I like to think about things through for a while before I like write or do like major revisions. And I know there's a few things I need to add, but I kind of want to think it through a little bit more. So I don't think I'm ready to work on my novel, not another revision round. And I'm early on it anyways, because that doesn't start until the 5th of February, but I could get it done early. Or I could just go ahead and start working on revising the last 2 novelettes in my 8 novelette series, because that's on the schedule too to do eventually. So I think I might do that, because it's been a minute since I've read those 2 stories. And I remember the 8th one needs a lot of work. So I can't quite remember the 7th one needing a lot of work. So it might go fast on that one. So I think that's one thing. I'll finish this up. Then this novella, finish up the last editing pass. I could go into prepping the document though for ARCs and for the retailer. Maybe that would be better use of my time, because that would be the next thing. So I'll do that. And that actually won't take very long. I think I gave myself an hour in my schedule to do that. So I'll finish that before today is done, before my 8 hours of writing. And then, and the 8 hours of writing, it's writing and publishing. So it's my revision publishing plan. So I included the hours during the week that I have to put toward that process, includes prepping the materials for publication and getting it uploaded. So, and work on that. And I don't think that will take me very long. Oh, I need to work on the cover for that, but I didn't put that in my writing plan. So that will have to be after. So I'll get that done. That'll probably be what my next sprint is. Finish up this novella, prep it for online retailers, and actually only retailer, because I'm only going to put it on Amazon as far as the ebook, and then get it ready for ARCs. So that'll probably be what I do next. Okay, I'll figure it out. I have a lot of different pieces moving, and I'm like, which one should I work on next? I'm sure I'll finish all that before the end of today, so then I'll move on to working on the 2 novelettes I have left in this series that I need to revise before I get them to my Omega readers. My Omega readers right now have the second set of 3, because they said they wanted to have, 3 of the stories at a time. There's 8. So they did the first 3 back in December, and they're now working on the next set of 3. And then I'll get them the next set of 2 when I finish all that. And they finish. I'll give them a little bit of a break in there. I don't know if they want a break, but left off with Beth Ann come in and say good morning. Here's the under 1K sub. Oh, that's where I spent a couple minutes too. At the beginning of that sprint, I did go check out the website. I think I still have it up. I love the way this looks. I know it says my Canva site for the love of the words is what Kat is doing. And Kat, you said this is just something that people can just be trying to write, right? So for the love of the words, if you have like a blurb for this, click on the writing you want form. I don't know if you have like, because I don't know if any of this really works as making a blurb from it. If you have like a blurb for what this is about, and do you have like graphics for it? Because I'm still going to be doing my writing sprints next month, but I can support this. So as part of my writing sprints, I can put the graphic onto the thumbnails and put it on the screen, and then give a blurb about it so that people are aware of it. I'm assuming this is not for 1,000 words or fewer. I don't know if you're still here to hear what I'm saying. Find the right tab. Here we go. So yeah, I just spent a couple minutes going to go look at this website, February Love of the Words. So, which is different than 1K. And here's the 1K playlist. Thank you for sharing it. So I need to grab that actually and save it so I can make sure I follow. find the right tab. I'm trying to find the right tabs here. Oh, I just saw Elsa's in the chat. Did your stream finish? It did. It's over. Okay. Let me close that screen. That's one less screen I have open on my all these tabs. So, okay. Under 1K subathon is a week-long stream. Oh, it's only a week. Oh, I always think it was the whole month. Okay, that's really cool. Not that it's cool, it's just 1 week, but it does mean less for me to try to put my mind toward because February is already very busy for me. So the For the Love of the Words is a writing challenge I created for the month of February. And Heather says, I'm walking the doggo, so I kept missing bits of the break. It's all right, but we're heading back in, and it looks like then I'll have some stretching and planning time. I'm sure the dog's happy to get out. We have a dog. Actually, he's over a year old now. And he was out there. It was cold yesterday. He did not like it. He's a German Shepherd. And so my husband brought him back in and turned the heater on, a floor heater for him. And he laid in front of that heater and stayed right there. I was like, I told my husband, I said, he's cussing us out. I was like, what did you put me into? Because it's normally warm here in Florida, right? It's not too cold. So yeah, did not like it. Hey, Andy, how's it going? I don't know if you're still here. Are you working on anything? Miss Paige, hello. Happy Monday. Need to get some solid works this week. I feel you. I want to do some more drafting, but that's my favorite part of the writing process is brainstorming and drafting. And I'm like, I'm tired of revising already. And I'm only this is the third week. This is the third week. So 2 weeks into my revising and publishing schedule, and I'm like tired already. I did draft like a bonus chapter for the first novelette, but I don't even know if people are going to want it, but I would probably use it as a reader magnet. But I plan to, when I do the novelettes with my beta readers, which anyone could be a beta reader, I'll do a call for it when those are ready. I'm going to ask, well, for the bonus chapter, what scene would you want to see next? And so, yeah, but I did write a scene over the weekend just because I wanted to get some drafting in, and I really had ideas I wanted to get out. But yeah. Anyways, let me go on. Hello, Health at Any Cost. Welcome to the channel. I don't think I've seen you around before. I'm new here, but have been sprinting with others a bit here and there. I'm Barb. Glad to be here. Well, hello and welcome, Barb. Let me write that down because I have the worst memory. So, Health at Any Cost equals Barb. And I'm Shannon, but my channel name is SC Huston, so I totally understand having a different name. Welcome to the channel. What are you working on today? You don't have to say if you don't want to, but you're welcome to share it if you want. Carla, hello, good morning. Well, it looks like we got 1.5 feet of snow yesterday, and it's still falling, and it looks like a snow globe instead of a snowstorm. Oh, well, instead of a storm now. I bet that's so pretty. I like snow globes. I like snow. Mars, hello. Morning all. Just woke up not that long ago. Brushed my teeth and washed my face. Took the dog outside. All these dogs going outside this cold weather. I don't know if it's cold where you're at, but now looking over some poetry from 2025 and some from 2024. I know you wrote quite a few pieces last week. And there's also, hey everyone, hope you're having a wonderful time. Thanks for stopping in. Morning, y'all. Hello, Gwenna. Spent yesterday down with whatever the stomach bug my daughter had earlier. Oh my gosh. Yes, when you have little ones, you get sick with everything they get sick with. So the stomach bug my daughter had earlier in the weekend. Now my husband's caught it, and we're in for a fun day. Yeah, I didn't have to really worry about the hubby as much because he was gone. He was in the military then when our kids were little, so he was gone most of the time. But yeah, if they got sick, I got sick. And Lord, there was one with my oldest son. It was just him and I at the time. And he got some stomach bug that he just kept throwing up. And then I started throwing up from that, and then got sick and started throwing up. And like, we filled a trash can. Oh my God, I'm going to get sick just thinking about it. Okay, move on. Yep. Okay. That's not good, Gwenna. I hope you all recover fully soon. Yeah, make sure you drink lots of fluids, and I don't know if you have like Gatorade or anything for the electrolytes. Miss Paige, it's going really well so far this morning. Awesome. You can share what you're working on if you want. You don't have to though. Boop the like button. I've been writing on my chapter 6. The fighting scene was the easiest to write. Not finished with that, but I'm first going to do some relaxation. I mean, you've already been writing quite a bit this morning, so you were going at least a good hour or so before I started. But the fighting scene, wasn't the easiest to write. I read that as was the easiest. Did I say was the easiest? I don't know what I said, but it just wasn't. Because I was going to say, how is that easy? I think fight scenes are so hard because there's so much that's happening. And I think as writers, like we're seeing all of it. We want to include as much of it as possible, but that can get that could overwhelm a reader. So it's better to like narrow in on one person's point of view, but then you miss parts of it. And it's like trying to figure out what's the best point of view, especially like you write fantasy. So and I don't know, I actually don't know if you write multiple points of view, but a lot of fantasy is multiple points of view. So then it's just trying to figure out which is the best point of view to use. I think fight scenes are really difficult. So I had in A Curse of Spikes and Smoke. There's actually quite a few fight scenes because, well, they're both trained warriors. They're both agents of secret orders, and her specifically, the female main protagonist, Nira, she's an assassin. So a lot of her fighting starts off with just her and someone else, and those are easier scenes to write. But then there's like fighting the creatures in the Molester Woods because there's like these big, huge combinations of creatures. There's one scene that with they're turtle scorpions, but they're huge. That was very difficult to write. I rewrote that scene over and over and over again, and I think it came out pretty good. But I've had scenes I've rewritten over and over again, fight scenes, and they're hard, and it doesn't come out like that's not what I thought. I thought it was gonna be so much better than that, and I just don't get it written like that. But yeah, I think fight scenes are hard. Hub says appointment, so I'll be back later. Well, thanks for stopping in, Devin. I appreciate it. That was a little while ago, so I missed you about 10 minutes ago. I'm assuming I missed you already. Hey, Devin from Elsa. Having a hard time focusing. I've been a little burned out recently. Oh, no. I wonder if I need to go out and shovel out my car, even though it's still snowing. I mean, maybe shoveling out the car will help with the burnout, possibly. I don't know. What works for you guys when you're burned out? What works to help you get you back to where you need to be? When I burn out, I just have to let my mind do nothing, which is really weird because like most of the time I can't just like not have nothing going on with my mind's always going. But when I'm burned out, I need to focus like on a task or something that allows me to let my brain just not think. And a lot of times it ends up with me falling asleep because when I'm not thinking something, I fall asleep. So I end up sleeping a whole lot when I'm burned out. And then I read. Fancy meeting you here, Elsa from Devin. I'm inviting everyone over to my house for iced tea. I'm in Orlando, although it's going down to freezing tonight. Okay. I'm in the Panhandle. And we were supposed to get, well, it was below freezing temperatures. So it was 30 degrees this morning when I woke up. I went to the gym, left out around 5:30. So it was still dark outside, but there was no ice, which I was so grateful for because I do have to cross one bridge. Yeah, I have to cross one bridge. It's a small little bridge, but it goes over a creek to get to the gym. So I was happy that we didn't actually get anything frozen on the roads, but I hope you guys stay safe down there. Of course, that means I have to dig under a snowbank on the deck to find the outside broom and sweep off the snow since I get into my husband's car to get the long handle snow scraper cleaner. Yeah. I'm glad we don't. I like snow, but I'm glad that I don't have to deal with like lots of snow. We got a dusting of snow 2 weekends ago, which is really strange here for where I live, but Devin laughing to Devin from Elsa for Love of the Words does have a graphic on the bottom of the website. The button says, oh, you know what? I saw that too. Why did I ask that question? Hold on. Where's that? Here it is. I saw all the different, I love how this is set up because I like how it says, community daily, monthly goal, community tracker, get your Google Sheets copy here. And then do you want to support it's the last thing on the page besides questions at the bottom. So I saw it, but like totally gloss over it. Yes. Okay. Thank you so much. I'm an idiot sometimes. So, but yeah. And then it takes a Google Drive for the logo I made. I got right back. I said something about the blurb. I got back right as I said something about the blurb. Okay. If you have like a little blurb for like what this is about, I mean, I could just like go through the page and pick out keywords and then make something from that. But if you have something already written, what it is, then go from there. My mom helps shave my undercut because I can't see the back of my head, and then I took a shower. So it sounds like you're productive. Thanks for your support, Shannon, and for joining me earlier. Of course, I'd love to be there. I totally forgot to say that. I mean, I try to support where I can. I'm not always great at supporting everyone all the time, but then I remember things and I try to go and support people. Emma says, hey to everyone. Hey, how's it going? Don't forget to put the like. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I'm hopping out for a meeting, but I should be back 30 minutes or so. Happy productivity, everyone. Alrighty. We'll probably be in a sprint when you get back. Hopefully the meeting goes well. I don't know if I missed you. Yeah, that was like 4 minutes ago. Up to page 107. I had to take my roommate's dog out. We all took dogs out this last spring. She's injured. I feel or fell through the snow. Now I cannot feel my feet. No. LOL. Hopefully it's okay. Trying to explain to Brits that yes, Bostonians do shovel snow in below freezing temps in shorts, boots, and a hoodie while drinking iced coffee. That would probably be me, except for the iced coffee would be hot coffee because I don't like iced coffee. But because I run hot as it is. So like this morning I was putting the kiddo on the bus and I was just wearing my gym clothes. And the bus driver's like, it's cold out. Because the bus driver is like a normal human being, feels temperature normally. I'm like, yes, I know. I was like, well, I just got back from the gym. I'm burning up. So this feels great. But in this particular, I had only one of the two POV characters of the story because it's a short story. Oh, novelette, and the story only has two POV. Yeah, it's hard to do multiple POVs when you're writing short. I try to keep it to that one character, but indeed, getting everything in there that needs to be there, not easy. No. Yeah, fight scenes are hard. Set up an appointment with a new doctor and journal. It's 26 degrees here. Oh, that's pretty close to what we are. I don't know if we are still at 30. Weather in where are we at now? We're at 33 degrees now. It was 30 degrees when I went to gym, but the sun's up. So I figured it warmed up a little bit. Yeah, it's cold. I actually need to speed up with some kind of positive stress personally. And that's for the burnout. So I need to do something completely different from the kind of work I'm burned out on. Yeah. Yeah. If I'm burned out, it's usually I burn out with all the admin stuff. I have to just like not touch the computer or go on to social media. I don't really go on social media anyways, but I try to stay away from all of that. Yeah. I do the same. Burnout. Social contact helps a lot. See, I get away from social contact. That part's different for me. So I usually get burned out with the social stuff. That gets, yeah. And then I just need to break away from everything and everyone. Like if I'm burned out of school, the best thing for me to do is say go on a bedazzling kick. Yes, that is currently happening. I'm bedazzling my med case. No, I love that. I did that as a kid, actually. I don't think it was called bedazzling. Was it called bedazzling when I was a kid? I'm talking like the 80s. Maybe it was. I can't think of what else it would be called. Anyways, it has warmed up. It's 9 degrees, feels like -8, which is way better than the last couple days. There's a silver lining. All right, let's go ahead and go in for our second sprint of the day. And I think I've got it going. Yep, find the right tab. Here it is. And 1 hour on the clock. Okay. Nope. Okay. Hitting the wrong buttons here. Go to the next one. Where is it? We already did this one. Was that? No. Okay. I'm messing this all up. Good luck. Okay, that's time. How did you do? I finished running through my second editing pass of my novella. It was like another 7 minutes, and I added 14 more words. And then I started prepping the draft for upload onto retailers. And there's quite a bit that I have to do with this. So I've got the book on I uploaded to Atticus, got that all set up. The only thing I need are the title pages. And I'm doing now different title pages depending on where I'm putting my books, because a lot of my books have been leaked onto free websites. So I'm just trying to see where the leak is at. And so I have a title page which I put like the one that's going on Amazon. I'm not putting anything on it. That one will be clear. But I also have title pages for Library Thing, because you can use Library Thing to give your book away to advanced readers for them to leave reviews. So I use Library Thing. I also use Story Origin, and that's for my art team and for anybody else, any promos that I've joined for advanced copy for that. I also use Booksprout, so I use a different title page for that one. I think that's the 4. Library Thing, Booksprout, Story Origin, and what is this one? Oh, and just my reader edition. So also anyone who has read my book all the way through and been part of like my Temple Buster team or any of my reader teams, and those who also help me edit it, the book, now all of them, I give them a copy of the book as well before I actually put it anywhere else. I just give them a copy because they've already read it all the way through and helped me with reading it and giving me either typo notes or story notes or whatever. So I have one that I make for my reader edition as well, because again, I don't really know where the leak is at. I'm trying to kind of narrow it down and see what happens. So yeah. What do you guys think about the new thing with Amazon with like your ebook? So like it used to be in the past, if someone bought your ebook from Amazon, they were not actually getting your book, right? They were just getting access to your book. So if Amazon decided not to carry your book anymore, they would lose that access and they would no longer have your book, which I thought that's kind of bogus, because, if someone pays the money for it, they should have it. So now Amazon has changed that up, where now if someone buys your ebook, they can download the EPUB or the PDF. And I'm assuming if you don't have like a PDF copy with your ebook, like if you don't have a paperback copy, then they probably just make the PDF from the EPUB to offer to the reader to download. Now, if you don't want readers to have the PDF or EPUB to download, then you can click off the DRM that's in part of when you set up your book in the back end. So I've always not checked it or checked it, whichever one that allowed the DRM to happen. So I don't remember which one. I'll see it again when I start to upload this book. But basically, I was always like, so the DRM was like, if someone else can see the ebook, like if someone buys your ebook, they can share it with someone else. And if you had that, I'm trying to remember whichever way it goes, whatever, then they can't share it. So now that if you don't want people to have access to it, you want to make sure that you check off on that, or make sure you don't check off on it. I don't actually know what it is. I need to go look it up. I have not paid much attention to it, because once I made my decision about it a while ago, I decided, okay, that's my decision, and I've never changed it. But now I'm thinking about changing it, because the one that I have is where people can download your book. Now, let's see, is that details, edit book, ebook details. I'm trying to look actually in Amazon. So the way mine are set up right now, someone could, if they bought an ebook of one of my books, they could buy the book and they can download the EPUB, they can download the PDF file. And I think that is on the second screen on Amazon. The ebook context without saving. The Kindle ebook content. So, okay, so mine says, do not apply. So it's not checked, but a radio button. So yes, apply digital rights management, or no, do not apply digital rights management. And so now it has it on there where it says, if you do not apply digital rights management, it says, no, do not apply digital rights management. Allow customers who buy this book to download it as a PDF or EPUB file. And so for the PDF file, what I was doing on that one for the retailers, for the books I have out now, I have on the copyright page, Amazon copy or D2D copy. And because I am wide with a lot of my books, and I don't think Draft to Digital does not allow a PDF. It doesn't have like a PDF download. It's just the EPUB. but maybe it's not even that because it's an aggregator site. So I don't know what Smashwords does. That's part of them. I don't know how it's set up with the other ones. I'm assuming that I don't know how it's done with the other sites. We know this with Amazon, that like if Amazon decide not to carry your book anymore, then, to carry a book that you bought, then you would lose rights to it. You wouldn't see it anymore. But I don't know if it's the same. I don't know what it is, how it's set up on other sites. I feel like I need more information. But I kind of go along this idea. A lot of people say, well, because a lot of my books have been pirated, it's going to happen. People who are going to never buy it weren't going to buy it. The ones who pirate it were never going to buy your book anyways. It's another way for your book to get into people's hands. There are some people who don't have access to like Amazon or other places where you might have your book available. So because of the different countries that they live in, so access is limited. So by getting it from pirate sites, they actually get a chance to read your book. I've seen all like the pros for allowing your book to be pirated. And of course the cons is that I feel like it really hurts my soul that like I put all this work into it and people are not buying it. But, maybe that stuff applies. And anyways, I just saw a video from another YouTube creator, author tuber who mentioned, I think it was a YouTube video. I think it was an author tuber, but maybe it was a newsletter where they said that they are applying the digital rights management and because they don't want their stuff to be pirated. And I'm like, I keep going back and forth on what I want to do. Anyways, I'd be curious what you guys think about it. Let's catch up with y'all. Okay. Left off talking about the weather with Kat. And then Music Mike says, I personify my feelings as little characters as well. And my burnout character also is wildly understimulated and usually needs deep pressure, spicy food or something. Brains are weird, aren't they? Yes, I agree. You reminded me that I need to refill my med case. And I'm not recommending that's just what works for me. I mean, if it works for people, works for me. I can't do spicy food, but yeah, a lot of the other stuff does. Added a field in my series Bible to remind myself of who I was thinking of when I created the character. And now I can't remember the real person's name because the character's name is so ingrained. Oh no. I don't think I've ever based a character on anybody. I think that all of my characters have a very small part of me in them. It's so like if you put them all together, it still wouldn't create the whole of my personality, but every single character I think has just a part of me in them, something about them that's like me. And I think that a lot of my male characters, not all of them, but many of them, have very little small parts of my husband. So, yeah. But otherwise, I've never made a character based on somebody. I thought about that the other day, though. I was like, I should make a character based on somebody. But I don't really talk and interact with enough people now in my life. I mean, other than here online, but yeah. Good morning, Kat. How's it going? Saying good morning, Shane and friends. I got a late start this morning. However, I've worked out and not sitting down to make my do list. And now not. And now, not. Okay. And now sitting down to make well, I mean, when you said not sitting down to make my to-do list, I just figured you're like standing at a table, like the computer desk where you can stand at them and they lower down that you can sit and, raise them up and down. I just kind of pictured that in my head when I read that sentence, but that makes sense. LOL, Kat. And good morning. Good morning, Miss Page. Hey, Kat from Elsa. Good morning, Morgan. How's it going? I was wondering I don't know if you're still here. That was a little while ago. So I don't know if you're still here, but I was just thinking about you. Hello, says Mia. Hello, how are you doing? Are you guys working on anything? Finished the first chapter, revised the second, and I think I'll read a little before tackling the third chapter. That's a smart move, Shannon. Oh, okay, probably talking about with like the title pages, yeah. And I do the title pages in my graphics design program, so I have to just go through and just change the information and save each file from my graphics design program, which I got the Amazon copy done for the title page, and I got the I did the library thing one I got done, and I was about to do Booksprout. So I still got Booksprout and Story Origin, and then my reader copy to send out to create the title pages for those. So I should be able to get that done on the next sprint and get it all uploaded into Atticus, and then in Atticus, then I have to download each individual copy as its own EPUB and PDF file for the main book, for the paperback. Yeah, I'm getting there. Okay, where am I going? Ended up keeping the kiddo home from school again today. Doctor appointment later. Okay, yeah. Sometimes it's not worth it depending on when the appointment falls, right? Especially if they don't go a long day. Great idea. Thank you. I've been doing some relaxation and prepping dinner. Kat says, I made a cup of coffee. I wrote my to-do list, also transferred laundry from washer to dryer, started working on financial tasks. Is that sitting down or standing? No, I'm just kidding. I figured you'd probably sit down. I journal some more, did some edits and rewrote a poem, transferred some old poetry to another poetry journal, took the dog out, starting to put laundry away, sprints helping with body doubling. Awesome. Did you take the dog out? Well, I just feel like almost everybody's taken their dog out this morning. That's just something that we've reported on. It's kind of funny that we're all reporting on that this morning. So this is actually new. They undid removing the feature to download it. They undid removing the feature to download it. So this isn't actually new. They undid removing the feature to download it. So are you talking about like in the past, you could download it and then they undid it? Yeah, I think that was right as I was getting into publishing. I remember hearing about that. And they took it away where you couldn't download it as the reader who bought a book. And now that it's back again. Yeah. Oh, speaking about editing books, how would you go about editing for grammar spelling? I'm wondering, especially because I'm writing English as a non-native English speaker writer. I use Pro Writing Aid. So that's what, and I'm a native English speaker, but I use the wrong prepositions. I'll often use at instead of with, and I'll use at instead of to. I use to instead of for, all prepositions. I use the wrong prepositions. I just must speak really weird in my mind because that's what comes out on my page. So Pro Writing Aid, when I did that, like most of the words I had today, so I had like 145 words. Nope, 148 words. I can't add. 100 what did I just say? 48 words is what I added today in my second editing pass. And that was with using Pro Writing Aid. And most of that was replacing the right prepositions or replacing bad prepositions with the right prepositions because I'm really terrible with that. So, but yeah. And Vivian's back. Hello. I hope your meeting went well until my next meeting. Anyway, do you have another one today? With everything that's going on with Amazon and Audible, I'm considering not putting my books on Amazon in the future and just let people buy them through my website and other locations. I mean, if I could drive traffic successfully to my own website, I would do that, but that takes a lot of work. It's already hard getting your book visible in with everything that's out there today. So I guess it just depends on what your goals are and how much time you have and what strategies you might have. I don't have a successful strategy for driving people to my website, because I'm not really good at doing those kinds of things anyways. That's why I'm kind of spending Fridays trying to figure out how I can do that. Working on formatting Glory's poetry collection. Goal is to have files ready by the end of the month. Nice. I didn't know she was having a poetry selection. I say that now. I feel like she was talking about that in the last stream you guys were on, or the one before that. There are lots of pieces of people I know in each character. Sometimes the reference is more about an event or circumstance than personality. Oh, yeah, that makes a lot of sense too. Especially if you have like a similar event or similar like type of event, like a natural disaster or something. I say that just because I've been through a natural disaster. So that's the first thing that comes to my mind. I don't think I have any natural disasters in any of my books though. So that would not work for me. But yeah, that makes sense. My teacher approved an extension for the paper I was struggling to get finished with a FAMSTIC. Hallelujah. Yes, hallelujah. I'm glad that the teacher was nice enough to do that. I was always the mind frame that if a student reached out to me to let me know, hey, I'm having issues, can I get an extension? I would work with them. The problem would be that like students would show up the day after it was due and be like, oh, I'm starting to get turned in time. Can I get an extension? This is what was happening. And I'm like, but you knew that was happening before? Yeah. Well, why didn't you email me before? Like most of them would not email me or even come talk to me. It was so weird. Like they would say something after the fact. And I was like, but if a student took the time to actually do it, I was like just basically rewarding them for doing that, for taking the time to think ahead and plan and try to come up with something to do. Oh man, I looked at my tracker and I haven't written in 4 days after a 10-day streak. That's heartbreaking. It's not the end of the world though, Gwenna. It's not. You'll get back in there. You count your homework and your writing. I probably wouldn't, but I know some people who do that. They'll include different parts of what they're doing of writing throughout the day as part of their overall writing. Doing some graphics and plotting today. I need to water the plants and feed the starter before I forget. And feed this starter. Is it like a starter plant? Plotting today. Sounds like you got a busy day though. I'm here. Okay, working from home today. Hope to get some revisions done as well. Okay, I'm glad you're still here because I was going to say, Morgan, I did not get to your work. I will have it for you tomorrow. So I will be a day late. I know this is the first time I've been late, but I wanted to let you know I'm going to be a day late on your work. I was sitting, but I am now sitting, so I could go warm my coffee up. Nice. My brain doesn't compute contractions when writing. It's always do not and should have. Drives my CP crazy. Well, I think that's still better than what I do because and I've had like different things. I don't know if this work that happens to any of you guys, but I'll have like a thing that happens for a while and it'll stick around for like a year and I keep doing it. And then it's gone one day. I have no idea why it goes away. So like pretty close to a year ago, maybe just over a year ago, I would think pronouns as him and her. And I would think it in my head, but when I would say it, it was both happening when I was saying it and typing it. Both of them was doing this. I would say the other one. So like she wanted to give him the letter. It would be she wanted to give her the letter. Even though in my head I'm saying she wants to give him the letter, I'd dictate her or I'd write her instead of the other one. And I kept switching it out, these pronouns. I kept switching those two back and forth, he and she as well. And that was like for a year. And I remember telling my husband, hey, I'm like doing this thing. So like, if I start getting dementia, you know where it started. But then it kind of went away and I don't see it happening as often anymore. Now what I'm doing with like words that are supposed to be contractions is I'm either not creating the contraction and or I'm not putting the not. So like, what was the most recent? And I've had quite a few of this happen in the last few months when I was drafting. What are some like did and don't? So I put did, but no, it was something that was closer to what it actually is. Like hadn't, and I put had. Like she hadn't done this, she had done this, or whatever it was. And I'm like, instead of putting hadn't or had not, I just put had, but I meant hadn't or had not. I don't know what my brain goes through sometimes. I've realized natural disasters could be a great way to create ticking clocks and dark moments, but I never think of it when I'm plotting. Me neither. I never think of it when I'm thinking through a story. Yeah. Started sourdough. Oh, okay. Started the sourdough. Gotcha. That was a bit confused. I emailed her 3 hours before deadline. At that point, I didn't ask for extension. I just apologized and let her know I'd be late. She applied the extension. Oh, I love that. At least you still did. You didn't wait until the deadline was passed and it was like the next day or day after the next time you saw her in class. You still emailed the teacher. So I would say that's a win. Starter. Oh my God, typos. Starter sourdough. I write too much in my journal to count those words. Actually, yeah, I'd probably do the same. I haven't tried it because I don't do a whole lot of handwriting, although I have been adding. So I have a book for my main series, and I've been writing stuff in this for years for my main series and everything's going on. And now that I'm getting ready to head into the sequel series, I have started writing stuff in here again. But I have heard like you can like take a picture of your writing, and I suppose that you might not want to do this if you don't want AI to have your words, but then you put it into the AI and it will read your handwriting and turn it into text. And then you could count your writing. I say all that, but I will never go through and do all that. So, but it is a possibility for anyone who wants to try it. At least I've heard it's a possibility. And I was actually just thinking that because my husband's grandmother passed away on Sunday. And so it was a bit, sad mood here in the house. Sunday was yesterday. Gosh, it feels like a long time ago. But yeah, she was just putting together all of her recipes for a cookbook that she was working with her daughter, my husband's mom. And there's a lot of it's handwritten and it's cursive. And that's what I was thinking. I was like, well, you could probably like put that in AI and have it turn into text because they want to put it into a book to publish. And I was like, because there's going to be a future generation that won't be able to read cursive handwriting. So, but I was just thinking of that not too long ago. Oh, okay, that's fine, Shane. I just need to finish revising the next part to send to you. Okay, so I will look for it. Every character was gender queer for a year. True. Yep. Gloria is releasing poetry collection this summer. I've been fighting with several softwares for formatting. Finally found one that lets me actually have proper poetry formatting. Spacing matters. What software was it? I'd be curious. And for anybody who who does poetry that might be curious what type of software is finally finding one that works. My condolences, thanks, all the strength for you and your loved ones. So thank you, I appreciate that. I have to jump off for a class and be back in A little bit. I don't know what that stands for, but I'm gonna assume maybe that means I hope. Thank you so much for being here, Miss Page. I appreciate it. All right, let's go ahead and get into our third sprint. I need to get my hours in today. And we'll spin 3, 2, 1. Good luck. okay, that's time on that sprint. How did you do? So I spent 15 more minutes prepping the draft, and then I realized I really wanted a reader magnet. So before I can download this as an EPUB or PDF file for any of my readers, or for the retailer platform or whatever, I want to put the reader magnet in here. And so I've been brainstorming for the rest of that time. I brainstormed what I could do as a reader magnet for the novella, and that's 1656 words. Brainstorming. So yeah. I know I didn't want to spend the rest of today doing the novella brainstorming. I don't know. What was I thinking? I don't know what I was thinking. I have too many things I want to do, and I can't figure out which one I want to do. So I don't know if I should continue working on this and then draft the first draft of the reader magnet. I was thinking I'd move on to the two novellas, or the two novelettes, sorry, that I have left, and I can start revising them. And I was kind of excited by that idea because I haven't read those since I wrote them back in October and November. I think actually the last one I finished up in December. So I was kind of looking forward to that. But I do have to finish whatever I'm going to do with this novella because it comes out March 16th. So whatever I'm going to write, I probably need to just get it done. I'm trying to do like a slice of life like thing, like short scene, like between 1,500 and 2,500 words, and hoping that I can keep it that short. So we'll see. I mean, 1656 is what I've already brainstormed. So that's already like, and that's not even covering. I don't even know where this is going to happen yet. I don't know where the setting is. I know the conversation, I know the thoughts and the feelings, I know what they're going to be doing at the end of the scene, but I haven't figured out location yet. So I still have to figure that out. But okay, let's see how you guys are doing. Left off with Paige having to jump off for class, and then Beth Ann says, condolences to your husband and family. Thank you, I appreciate that. Mara says, have an appointment. I'll join back later. Awesome. Gwen says, spent the first half of the sprint checking in on the husband. He doesn't have the ick as bad as I do. Well, that's good, thankfully. Yeah, but still can't be vertical for long. Now it's time to write. Hopefully you can get some good writing in. Time to dig out the car. Thanks for having the sprint since I got a fair bit done. Have a good one, folks. You too. I missed her. That was about 18 minutes ago. So, but glad you got some words in. Hello, Paula. How's it going? Hey, Shannon Chat. Swing by to the like button. Do you have a sprint going on right now? Wondering if you do. I haven't seen. Under 1K sprints playlist. Oh, that was earlier. I got that already. Okay, where am I at? Why are you not doing something? Usually when you hit those three little buttons, you can go to their channel, but my YouTube is not working. Okay, whatever. I'll have to go check later. 173 words in the last 20 minutes, and now I've got to go name hunting. Me too. So in the novella, I use, let me back up just a bit. I use one of the stereotypes of fae in which, like, if you have their true name, you can, this like looks really really bright. So I'm like playing with that. I should turn down my light. My light's too bright. Okay. Anyways, I just saw my picture of me on here, and I'm like, wow, I look really shiny. Anyways, so yeah, I use the stereotype for fae that if you know their true name, that you can control them. And I do have a few rules of myself, like royalty. You can't, like, their names don't work. The true name doesn't work to control them. I haven't explained the mechanism behind that because it doesn't really come up in any of my stories, but it's been kind of a rule that's been put out here and there. But I know the mechanism, but yeah, so yeah. And then like there's some of the fae, like the fire fae, they like to trade in name debts. So they'll trade their true name as a debt for something. And, but yeah, so anyways, in my novella, he gives her his true name. And it's a very, very specific reason why he does it. But I had several of my readers say, well, why didn't she share her true name? And I thought I made it like I try to put in there, like, she didn't even know her own grandmother's true name, and her grandmother raised her. Like, the Fae do not share their true name with people. Now, they know their children's true name because they're the ones that give it to them on their birth. But, it doesn't necessarily mean that the younger generation is going to know the older generation's true name. So she, like, never even knew her grandmother's true name, and that's who raised her. So it's not like something that they naturally just give away. They don't often tell anybody what it is. And he did it for her because of the previous relationship she was in. She didn't feel very safe. So he gave her his true name so that she could use it any time that she didn't feel safe. Not that he would ever try to purposely put her in that position, but he did it to show to her that he was going to make her feel safe. And so, but still my readers are like, well, what's her true name? And anyways, sorry, got distracted. Squirrel. Anyways, what was I saying? Yeah, so I'm thinking I'm going to have her tell, and I did come up with her true name. I actually did have it in the very first version of the story that I wrote. I had her sharing her true name with him. But on my next or third or fourth, I don't know which revision number I was on, when I decided, well, it doesn't make sense that she would share her name. It makes sense why he does it, but not why she needs to do it. And so I had taken it out. So now I need to go find a very early version of this story because I don't delete any version. And when I change things in my story, I start new drafts. And I've actually started doing that with editing and revision. So I have drafts, and then I have revision drafts, and I have editing drafts, and I have Atticus drafts, because once you upload your book to Atticus, you can download it as a Word document, and I do everything in Word document, but it messes up all the formatting. And so if I'm changing something in that, I want to go change it in my last Word draft. So I have Atticus draft 1, Atticus draft 2. So if I'm making like changes or whatnot, which I do tend to make some changes because I have done a lot of my stories through Kickstarter, and then I go back through and change it or whatever, look at things again, edit and revise before it goes on retailers. So if you ever get something from me as a Kickstarter, you possibly have a different version of what's out there. And so, yeah. Anyways, I don't know how I got. Oh, we have to go find names. Yes. So I need to go name hunting, especially if I'm going to go ahead and write this bonus like reader magnet. I need to go find out her name because I've decided that she was going to give him her name. I've got to go find it. So just like you, I got to go name hunting. I don't know if name hunting for you means just coming up with a name. Mine for me is actually go find the name I chose for her, but I don't remember what it was. Just donated blood, says Musical Maggie. Need to work, but now very tired. Make sure you eat something. That might help. Yeah, if you have the stomach for it. Watching the kiddo now while my daughter has an appointment. One day, I was just thinking about one day I could be a grandma already. I have a kiddo who's turning 25 this year, so I could have a grandkid, but I don't. And I was just thinking about it yesterday. I think I was like, I'm not gonna have a whole lot of like family. I don't think. I don't know. I don't know if you guys ever think that way. And I think about when as I get older, how much family I'm going to have around me. We have 2 kids. There's 12 years difference. By the time Julian starts having kids, they could be the same age as, well, they won't be the same age, but yeah, it'll be pretty close. Like if Jay had any kids, I mean, Julian's 12, so there wouldn't be much age difference between them. But yeah. Oops, I clicked the wrong thing here. I finished my financial test, folded laundry from dryer, transferred a load of towels from washer to dryer, and I made another cup of coffee and thinking about lunch. I'm thinking about lunch too, but I think I might have another cup of coffee, but I think I might go get some lunch. I think I might do both. I think that's what I'm going to do on the next sprint. Lord, my brain is all over the place today. I think I need that cup of coffee. So I've settled on shrimp and grits. I don't like either one of those, but I'm sure you do. My husband would love that. He loves shrimp and he loves grits. He likes both of them. But I had to look at name lists to find something that matches the character. A wind sprite, old warrior, leader of his clan. I'm thinking Zephyr, which means wind or west wind. That's from Greek mythology, actually. Yeah, I like that. A bit on the nose, but it's just a draft. It works. You can use it as a placeholder. I've done some research, and now I'm giving a reaction to the design of my author branding. I'm giving a reaction. So you're giving a reaction to your own design. How do you do that? Like you're becoming you put yourself into objective mind of frame. Did I say that right? I think I did. Frame of mind. Yes, I think that's what it is. But yeah. Okay, let's go ahead and get started on the next sprint. Overall, doing pretty good with timing here. I'm only short 3 + 8, 11 minutes to hit 8 hours if we do 8 sprints. So, yeah. How did I know that you would know exactly what that name means? Well, yeah, because I love meanings of names. I just absolutely love it. So I do a lot of research into it. No, Miblart made a concept author branding design for me, and I'm responding, oh, you'll have to let us know how that comes out. Hopefully it's good. I think about that sometimes. My oldest daughter is 25. Yeah. They're pretty kids close to the same age. I'm like, I could be grandma right now. Not anytime soon, though, because he's not dating anybody. Excuse me. I've got the hiccups because I'm hungry. I need to go get lunch. It's 12. All right, let's go ahead and go to the next sprint. And we'll get started. And is it going to go? I think so. It's acting weird. I think something might be going wrong with my YouTube because I couldn't click on the person's name. Okay, 3, 2, 1, and good luck. And that is time on the sprint. How did you do? I've got to look at my words. Wrong word count. I'm looking at the wrong number. So not a lot. I was doing more searching than anything while I was trying to brainstorm this reader magnet. 58, 40. And I did spend a little bit of time getting food first. Looks like about 20 minutes. It's kind of interesting. 284 words added in brainstorming. I did finally find in my notes the name I had chosen for, hold on, I gotta mark this document so I know where I left off. Okay. That I had chosen a name that still looks kind of bright. Maybe I should just shut that off. I turned on the light a little bit, but that didn't work. Anyways, sorry, distracted again. Took me a while to find the name for Zalora, her true name as a Fae name. I did find it finally. I think I spent most of my time doing that, and I did a little bit more brainstorming about how I wanted to incorporate that into the scene. And I'm trying to stick between 1,500 and 2,500 words, so I am outlining it. I only outline when I'm trying to write something short, knowing that I'm always going to write longer anyways, but I can constrain myself a little bit better versus like trying to outline a novel where I just never follow my outline anyways. And it becomes a useless piece of information that I never use. And I just spent all that time using it or putting it together. So then I get upset that I spent so much time putting it together because I don't ever stick with it anyways. So yeah. And then I started the outlining. I'm still like on the first beat. I was just setting up the setting and what the activities was happening at the time that the story starts. So yeah, okay, let's see how you guys are doing. We left off here talking about, I think about that sometimes. When I said, I think I just thought about yesterday how I could be a grandma because my oldest is going to be 25 this year, a couple months. And I could be a kiddo, or I could be a kiddo. Yes, I was one, but I could have grandkiddos already. But he's not even dating anyone. So I don't have anything to worry about on that respect. I don't know if it's worry is the right word, but I think worry would be part of it because if I had a grandkid, I wouldn't be here that often. So, and then Nia was saying the same thing. I think about that sometimes. My oldest daughter is 25. And then JC, hello. Hope you're having a great day. It is a great day. It was a little while ago. I don't know if you're still here, but I appreciate you stopping in. Hello, everyone. Hey, JC from Mars. Hey, Mars, how are you? Appointment done. Potatoes planted. You planted potatoes. And composter moved. Time for lunch. What are you having for lunch? Is it potatoes? Probably not. But how would it? I do not have a green thumb. I kill plants. So, and I mean, I literally, like, me touching them kills them. I get a rash from touching plants, and that's been happening since like 2014. I've been getting a rash from plants, and it's gotten worse over the years. Where before, as long as I hurry up and wash with soap and water, it was fine. And I had to sit there and wash with soap and water for a really long time to get the rash to go away and for it to stop itching. And I've always killed plants. Whenever I mess with plants, they die. And I never know what I was doing wrong. And I think there's just something in my skin that interacts with plants. And I think I was killing them long before they gave me a rash. I think they were rising up to fight against me, to be like, stop touching us. You're giving me a rash now. So yes, I do not have a green thumb whatsoever. But yeah. Hey, Devin from JC. And JC, I'm good. How are you? Says Mars. Right, I'm off. Thanks for the stream. Thanks, Andy, for being here. See you later, Andy. Says Elsa. 336 words, but I got the kiddo outside for a bit and got lunch going. I mean, you did other stuff too. I also got my lunch going. I didn't have a kiddo to have my kitties. I did give them treats. So they got some food too. I was mostly happy with the logo design. Okay, but not the colors of the branding. So I gave my feedback. I'll see how they respond to it. Did you give them colors to start with, or did you give them a certain range or anything? And you can always change it, whatever you go with. You don't have to stick with it for your whole author career. I started off with green only because I was writing Irish mythology, and green is their color, is the color of Ireland. And So I went with green. Green is my least favorite color. I don't know why I decided to write Irish mythologies when the color that they find like the most patriotic is like green for them, right? And then that's my least favorite color. And then the language does not include the letter J, and that's my favorite letter of the alphabet. And it doesn't have no J's in the Irish language in Gaelic. And so I have no idea how I went for such a combination there. But yeah, I'm doing fine, Mars. Glad you're doing good, says JC. And Gwenna, of course, and sir. Okay. Well, I didn't know. I mean, people stop in and say hello. It happens. I'm glad that you're still here. Are you working on anything? Yes, exactly. I've canceled my stream today to watch the kiddo. They're only this little for a short time. Yes. Okay. So we're like on the same wavelength here. Because I've thought the same thing. I've told my husband, I was like, yeah, if our boys have a kid, I was like, I'll probably be gone for a while. You won't see me for a few months. And he was like, months? He was like, I was expecting like a couple weeks or something. I was like, no, probably months. Because I doubt we're going to live, at least with our oldest, him being in the military, I doubt we're going to be living anywhere close. And if he does end up having a family, I'm going to, and I told my husband, I said, this is all dependent too, if I get along with his partner, whoever that may be, because if I get on the partner's nerves or the partner gets on my nerves, I may not stick around for very long. I don't know. Or if I feel like me being there is more of a burden than being helpful, then I won't stay either. And sometimes, well, you think you have the best intention. Sometimes it doesn't come off that way. So, and I always think of myself as a burden for people. So I've got some more tasks done. Hopping off thanks to sprints. That was 3 minutes ago. So I don't know if you're still here, but thank you so much for being here, Kat. It was great to see you. And bye, everyone. Just finished lunch, feeling a little bit better. Okay, good. I feel better too with lunch, but that was just, my belly. That was nothing big. But he's napping, so I'm going to work on a draft. Nice. Hi, my love, says Gwynna to JC. Had my doctor appointment, journaled. Wow, you got a lot done. You're being very industrious today, Mars. Journaled, got the pup food that he decided not to eat, going through and transferring handwritten poems from 2025 still, and ate some cheese. I have a whole book of my poems. I think the last poem I wrote was like 2024. No. God, Lord. 2004. 20 years ago in 2004. 20 plus years. That was last time. Why was I thinking 2024? Probably because it's 2025 and I'm like looking at that. And I was thinking 4. So I think that's the last poem I wrote was in 2004. I feel like there was something I wrote since then, but I can't recall it. But yeah, I have a whole book of poems. I have a ton that I have toyed with the idea over the years of publishing, but I don't know if I ever will. Yep, I said I want a light color palette. Okay, the logos were indeed light, but the banner was mostly black with dark purple. So not light. No, that sounds, the darker colors with purple is kind of like dark fantasy, dark romance, and dark romantasy. They kind of use those colors. So yeah. They probably were trying to complement the light color palette of your logo. Hoping to have my poetry collection done and finished and self-published by April or early April so I can sell some copies at an art walk thing. Oh yeah, it's always nice to be able to do that. Have you self-published anything before? It's April. You've got time though, because you're trying to get it all done now and whatnot. Yeah, let us know when you get closer. I don't know if you're going to want any ARC readers or whatnot. Hi, Nia from JC. LOL. That was my 2025, and I get along with the son-in-law, fortunately. Oh, that's good. Good. Okay. Yeah. But I think it is easier to get along with like a son-in-law. Like, I'm not that I'm ever going to know because I have just 2 boys, but then to get along with a daughter-in-law, because, you got the stereotype already there of, oh, the mother-in-law, she's so awful. And not that I want to be an awful mother-in-law at all, because I want to be as much a part of their life as they'll let me be. But I gotcha. But you don't know. Some personalities just don't mix. So I don't know. Hi, JC. Yeah, and the dark romance and dark fantasy is not what I envision. No, it's not what I envision for your work either. I haven't ever read it, but just listening to your world building and your scenes and whatnot, it didn't seem like that was for you. That's what you were doing. But yeah. All right, got to the end of the comments. Let's go ahead and get another sprint going. I need to figure out how much time I have. I assume we're going to be going at least another close to 5 hours for anybody who is here or anybody who needs to leave out and come back. It'll probably be that much longer. So, okay, we will go next sprint. Why is it giving me this? I don't know why it's doing this. Is it not going? It's not going to the next sprint. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Good luck. It's doing the same one again. Okay, I will change the sprint next time or change the timer next time. All right, that's time. How did you do? I shut off that light and it still looks like I'm like really shiny. Okay, maybe that'll work better. All right, yeah. So I finished figuring out my outline. That was 1,004 words with the outline, and then I started drafting the story. I'm currently at 1151 words, so quite a bit done that time. See what else? 245 minus 27. So I have 218 minutes left I have to hit today for writing. So we'll see if we can do it. It looks like there's only a couple comments, so it looks like I'll be able to get right back into writing. Although a couple of these I had shown up on screen. Gwinnett said, I've been blessed with great in-laws, and now I fear having a son because I know I can't live up to their standards. That is definitely a conundrum. Hopefully you will be able to. I think you will. Mara says, I have self-published poetry book published under my normal legal name, but never marketed it. I will definitely try to get some arcs. We'll definitely come back here. Yeah, there's a few people who read poetry in the JC, right? JC write poetry? I don't know if JC is still here, but yeah, definitely come back and drop a link whenever you have it. Hi, everyone. How are you all? And what are you working on? Hello, Joanne. So it's a writing day, and I was supposed to be working all this week on editing The Florist Budding Desire. I got through my first editing round last week. I started my second editing round today, which was using Pro Writing Aid on that round. And I got through it already. And so I thought, well, maybe I might move on to the novelettes because I have 2 more novelettes to revise to get them prepped to go to my Omega readers. But I thought, oh, well, next week I was supposed to, with the novella that I was working on this morning, I was supposed to get that prepped to put out onto to get ready to publish. It publishes March 16th. So I was going to get the arc ready, and I was going to get the copy ready for the retailer. And I did get everything prepped, got up in Atticus, got my title pages in there. And then I realized, oh, I would really like a reader magnet for the end of this. So like an extra bonus chapter that's like a slice of life after the novella is done. And so I decided to brainstorm that. So I spent a couple sprints brainstorming it, and now finally writing it. So I'm trying to shoot between 1,500 and 2,500 words. And right now I'm at 1151. And I'd say probably about halfway through. So I probably will be on the upper end of that range of words that I'm thinking of. But that's what I'm working on. At the moment, I'm calling it, I don't know if I'll keep the title, I'm calling it The Seasonless Seed, because the romance is between an earth fae and a wood fae. And earth fae are fall magic and wood fae are spring magic. And in my world, the rule is that fae from different seasons have humans. When they have children, they have humans. And she just found out she's pregnant. So that's the slice of life that we're getting, is her being pregnant and telling him about it. And yeah, so it's interesting because, like, for her, she's a bit sad that they're not going to have magic, that they're not going to connect to the trees, because the wood fae believe in withering at a certain point. So the fae are all immortal, the humans are not, and they come from the fae. And but the wood fae believe that they're not, the fae should not live in an immortal life, and that they should get back to the forests. And they all come from the great forests of the world. There's 7 great forests, or 8. I don't remember. It's one of those numbers. And so her family lives in a willow tree in Nithral, and her grandmother had withered, so she'd given her life back to the willow tree that they lived in. And so that's kind of going through the main female protagonist's mind. It's like, okay, well, our child's not going to have magic. I'm kind of sad they're not going to be able to join the great willow as well. But for him, he's happy about it when he finds out that she's pregnant. At first, he's like, I don't know, because I don't feel like I'm worthy. But magic for the Fae comes from their ancestors. They actually hear their ancestors talking to them when they meditate, or they try to access that part of like their soul. I think it's like genetic DNA. It's in their DNA, but their ancestors talk to them. But his ancestors are a bit corrupted, and he came to this city, this town where she's at, to get away from what he just did. And he's very, very powerful with his magic, and he killed thousands of air fae with one spell. And it was not something he ever really wanted to do, but it was part of war that he was a part of. He was like the weapon that was used to stop the war. And it was like a 130-year war. And that was the last battle that stopped the war. So his ancestors are constantly telling him, like, if someone makes him mad, his ancestors like, kill them. You know how to do it. Use a spell. You can do it. And so he's constantly hearing his ancestors. Like he doesn't even have to access them. They're constantly in his mind telling him to kill, kill, kill. And so for him to know that his child is not going to have his magic, so they won't have his ancestors' voices either. He's not going to carry. Anyways, I've did a lot of thought of brainstorming this today on this and what I wanted it to look like. So that's what I'm doing. That was a long answer. Hello, Devin. Back from walking the dog. Maybe I can finish cleaning up the office for tomorrow. I've got all the boxes unpacked and organized from the event. How did that go? 571 for Gwen had that sprint. Nice. More transferring poems and ate a small lunch. I think my lunch was too big. I feel like extremely full, but that sounds good. We'll probably sneak a nap on the next one before the kiddos' doctor's appointments. Alrighty. Well, I hope you have a good nap. I feel bad. I passed out while working. You feel bad because you didn't get the work done like you wanted to? I mean, maybe you just needed the nap. Gwenna, you'd be great. Yeah, I think so too. I think it's time to get all the craft supplies out of the office and build my future craft room. I want a craft room. I want a she shed or something like that. We've talked about it because we're going to build our next house that we're going to live in, but that's going to be quite a while from now. But I want a room that's big enough to have a bunch of bookcases, lots of lighting for painting, and crafts and stuff like that. But painting, really, really, really want the lights for painting, and then a section, of course, set up for my writing, and so my desk and whatnot. So finished graphics, now eating. The best with the projects. Thank you, Joanne. How's your project Sugar and Spice? Oh, you see, I see it down below. The event went great. It required 2 days of peopling recovery. I'd probably take like a week. Revising chapter 24, Project Sugar and Spice. Awesome. Hopefully you're able to get far enough ahead on that. I know you were working on chapter 24 last week, if I remember right. But you had like things going on, so you were trying to work on it, but you had other things you had to do. So it sounds good that you're actually now in the process of being able to revise. All right, let's go ahead and get into the next spread because I gotta figure out how to do this. So like stop playing my playlist. Yeah, it did. Okay. Is there a way to like go back? So I can get to my playlist again? Somehow it left my playlist. Okay, forget it. I don't know. I don't know why it left my playlist, but it did. Oh, I'm not even on the right account. What account is this? Oh, I forgot I logged. That's what it was. I logged out. Okay, I'm going to have to figure this out. How do I get to my timers? Writing sprints? Shannon. Do I have timers in here? I think I have it in here somewhere. I just don't know it from this account. I don't even know how I'm in this account except that I accidentally logged out earlier. There we go. Timers. I know how to get to it from my other profile, but this one, I don't ever come to this profile. We were doing... This one's way more. This is not the timers I was looking for. Nope. It's 1 hour timers. Is it in here? I may not even make that one viewable. That means I'm not logged into YouTube. Okay. I'm just going to pick something or go with what I just had. We'll go with this one and then I'll log back in so I can get my timers back up again. Okay. That's what happens when you accidentally log out, and I have no idea how I did it. There's something like tickling my brain, like I did something that probably, like I figured out that was probably what it was, but now I can't remember what it was. Okay, we're gonna get started in 3, 2, 1. Good luck, everyone. Oh yeah, a must. Yes. Need the rolling ladder so you can feel like Belle. And that was time on that sprint. How did you do? I finished doing the scene. Or that's kind of, yeah. I don't know if you consider it, I think it's more than like 2 scenes. But I finished doing the bonus chapter for my novella that's going to be publishing in March. I finished it all up. It came out, I was trying to stick between 1,500 and 2,500 words. And I did an outline so I could try to stick in my word count. I ended up with 2,933. So you see, I wrote a little bit longer than I thought I was going to. So I finished that and then went back through and was revising it. So the final word count for drafting was 1754 because I'd already drafted part of it in the previous sprint, and then 39 words added in revisions. So I don't know whatever that equals to. And I'm going to add a different stop screen, share a different screen here so that we can actually get back into my playlist. Okay, there we go. Nope, stop. All right, let's see how you guys did. I left off around here with Devin saying she sheds are a must and a rolling ladder. Now I had the impression of like Belle on the ladder with the bookcases. This is an impressive marathon. Just jumping back in, say hello. Hope everyone's getting some good stuff done. That was about 26 minutes ago, so I don't know. I probably might have missed her, but yeah, Mondays are my long days. It's just the day that I need to get 8 hours of my writing and or publishing process done in order to meet my goals and deadlines for the 10 works that I want to publish this year, which I've got one work done. And we're working on the second work, and which is the novella. And then I have 8 novelettes that I will be publishing. So in order to stay on track with publishing everything, I have a very strict, it's somewhat strict. I figured out like how long it takes me to revise and edit because I'm basically revising and editing. All these pieces are written already. They're just going through revisions and editing. And some of them are still going through reader. Some of them still have to go through reader. So more revision coming in the future. So it's just mostly revising and editing and then prepping the drafts for upload onto retailers and ARCs and all that. So I figured out how much time that would take me for all of that based off of the data I've collected for the last few years of my writing process, and then figured out how many hours a week I should dedicate toward those processes, the revision and publishing schedule. And Monday is my long day. I have to hit 8 hours of writing and or publishing process in order to be able to stay on track with my plan. And that's 8 hours of full time given to that, which I was at 245 minutes before. 245 minus 47 minus 9. So 189 minutes left I need to do. That's 3 hours. So 3 more hours I need to do. That's like 6:30. I probably won't go that long on here, to be honest. I probably will stop by 6, but I will have to continue to get all my hours in. So yeah, had to do that. I don't know why it's taking me so long today, but it's taking me a long time to get things done this time. To get the hours in. Got through a full participant despite everything, prepping another file. Oh, awesome. Making progress. Also, thanks, Shan, for today's experience. I'm going to go to sleep. Oh, yes, you're on the other side of the world. It's way past bedtime probably for you. I'm hopefully catch you tomorrow again. Awesome. And Beth Ann says, I'm still here trying to stay motivated to close out my workday. Okay, cool. Well, you're the last one last comment here. So let's go ahead and jump into another sprint. There we hit 3. Nope, wrong one. There we go. Okay, 3, 2, 1, and good luck. Okay, that was the end of that sprint. How did you do? I finished revising, and then I did a quick edit of it with Pro Writing Aid, and that is the reader magnet that's going to be for my novella that I'm publishing in March. And then I started working on the book prep again to get it all uploaded. So I have to get that uploaded and I have to get the book uploaded. And yeah, so working on prepping the book. That's all part of the revision and publishing process that I've calculated in. And I added 70, 80 words altogether when I was revising and editing. I think it's cool that it's a factor of 5. I don't know how I keep it. That's split between revision and editing. They're both not factors of 5, but came out to factor of 5. So, yeah, what was that? What did I come up with? So I've got 132 minutes left I have to finish today. So it's like 2+ hours. We'll do another hour. That'd be 5:30. So I'm probably just going to do another hour here online for anybody who's still here. See how you guys did. So that's off with Beth Ann saying, trying to stay motivated to close out my workday. Then JL came in. Hello, everyone. How's it going? Been a long day dealing with so much snow cleanup, but time to relax. Is that a book? Like you get to read a book? That's awesome. I'm reading quite a few books right now because they're getting ready to do charm chat. I say we. I mean, there is more than me, but I'm the one running the show. But getting ready to do charm chats next month. So prepping. I finished the first one already. That's Emma Allison Faye. She's coming on the 1st of February. But the next one's the 5th, and that's Kelsey Josephson. I think that's how you say her name. And then Katie Cross. But I'm working on Kelsey's book right now, so I'll be starting Katie Cross next, her book. And who was after that? I don't remember. I know those two are the 5th and the 6th of February. I think there's one on the 7th and 8th and 9th. I can't remember who's. I think it might be my friend. I think she's on the 8th. Jenna Ashwood is the pen name she's going by. But my girlfriend from college, Jenessa. So yeah, she's gonna be coming on because she writes fantasy romance too. So yeah. Anyways, I don't know how I got into that topic. Let's go on. It's tempting to try to make progress on my own book as far as doing research on covers, but going to give myself the luxury of reading someone else's book. Sometimes you have to do that. I do go through like reading slumps. I read a lot. I read a few hundred books last year, and I did go through a couple of slumps of where I was like, okay, I've read a lot. I just want to kind of like concentrate on my work. But then there's other times I'm like, I'm tired of concentrating on my work. I'm ready to read a whole lot more. Started reading Little Fires Everywhere. Has anyone else read it? I have not read it. I've heard booktubers talk about it though. I can't remember what they say though. So I don't know why I brought that up because I don't know how to add to the conversation. Joanne says, hi, good to see you. How have you been? To JL from Joanne. Hello, JK. Things have been a little hectic with the snow and trying to keep the puppies entertained, but finally settling in for some reading time. How has everything been with you? Back from the doctor, just a virus, thankfully. Okay, I'm glad. Well, virus, that's a little bit harder to like cure. You just have to like write it out, right? Or did they give you something? Probably something to help with the nausea and throwing up. Hello, Gwinnett. Glad it's nothing serious from JL. One sentence in that last 10 minutes, and now I'm looking up a word to make sure I used it right. I had to do that a few times when I was editing my novella today. There's definitely a word. I put the wrong word in there. There was a better word to mean what I meant to say. I think it could pass for how I used it, but it was definitely a better word for it. I'm like, oh, how did this get through my editors like this? But it happens. I don't think I did. Oh, that you didn't use it right. Gotcha. I'm just getting into this draft. I managed 362 words for a start. Nice. You got some progress. JL, reading sounds relaxing. I've been doing okay. Been trying to finish this chapter, Project Sugar and Spice, before I continue with the next one. Are you getting close to finishing up chapter 24? Okay, I think I got to the end. Let's go ahead and get into the next and final sprint for today. Yeah. And get started in 3, 2, 1, and go back. All right, how did you do? We're going to go ahead and end it there. I still have 62 more minutes I need to do, which is fine. But what I accomplished was that I finished putting the reader magnet together. I got it uploaded on Story Origin as a direct download for, I'm going to give that to the readers who read the novella as part of helping me edit it and, and offer me story advice, like beta readers, alpha readers, that kind of stuff. So I'm going to offer it to the readers. I'm also going to offer it to all my Kickstarter backers because that was for those who got that novella. Some of them got the other novella, but for those who got the novella, I'm going to offer that out there to them. And then, so I did it as a direct download. I got that up there. I didn't do any emails yet because I was still just trying to get everything uploaded. Then I was going through the process of uploading it as a reader magnet. I was like, oh, wait, I need to do my automation sequence in MailerLite, which is the platform I use. And so I went over there and I just had to copy over another sequence, a brand new sequence I just started using. So I could just copy it over and just change the relevant information until I got to the one email in the sequence where I'm like, hey, did you read the novella? If you have, would you, obviously they've read the novella if they've got the reader magnet, because I'm only going to offer the reader magnet at the end of the novella. So I'll ask them for a review. And I was like, oh, I don't have review links yet because I have to get it on the platforms. And I can't get on the platforms until I've got a good cover and stuff. I want to tweak the cover a little bit more and the files and whatnot. And I was like, oh, okay, so I'll just stop here in the automation. Then I went back to Story Origin and realized, oh, I didn't actually need to do the automation yet. I just need a group to send these people to. And then the group is who once people join the group, then the group will be part of the, what they call that? There's a term for it when you got automations. It automatically, like it clicks into place. Like if they meet this requirement or criteria, they get this. There's a name for it, I can't remember. But anyways, it's been a long day. It's been 10 hours, almost 10 hours of doing this stuff. But yeah, so I was like, oh, I can just make the group. And I just went back over to MailerLite to make the group when the time was up. So I'm getting it all going. This is all like a week ahead. Next week is when I'm supposed to actually start uploading it onto like the retailer platform and whatnot. And once I upload it, because I'll upload it on the retailer platform as a pre-order because it's not coming out until March 16th. Once it's there, then I can also, well, I don't have to wait till it's there, but I can also go over to Goodreads and upload it onto Goodreads and stuff so that I'll have the Goodreads link for the review. And I think it has to go through and show up on Amazon before I can claim it on BookBub. Then I claim it on BookBub, and then I'll get that review link. So then I'll have the review link for BookBub and Goodreads, and I know how to make the direct link to an Amazon review for a book. It won't actually work until the book is published, but nobody's going to be getting the reader magnet until they read the book, which they won't get until the book is published, except for everybody else is getting a direct download. They don't have to join the newsletter list. They're just getting a direct download. So yeah, that will be the next step is doing all that. So that's probably what I'll be working on tomorrow because I'm really a week ahead on this story. So yeah, I think I'm just going to continue working on that and get it done. All right. Oh yeah, now I also want to get onto the reader platform. So library thing, if you didn't know or if you didn't remember, because I did a video on this like a really long time ago, library thing is a platform for readers, but you can go on there and claim your author profile and claim your books. And there is a window time frame, and I can't remember what that window time frame is because they've changed it since I first joined library thing. But there's a time frame, and I think it's roughly like 6 months around the window of your book releasing that you can offer it as an ARC for people to read it and to leave a review. Now, the review is on their site, library thing, but you can ask them if they would mind leaving a review on any number of other review platforms. And so there's different, and it's all free. Everything's free. You don't have to pay for this. And it's kind of like almost like a giveaway. It's maxed out, and where it's maxed out depends on whether you're traditional or an indie publisher or whatever, and the ebook or a paperback you're offering. If you're offering paperbacks, it lets you offer more or less. It's probably less. But yeah, I always do ebook. And then once you choose it, then you can choose how many, like it tells you how many people can get it. You can lower it from there. I think it's like 25 for ebook people who can get it. And you can do it twice within that period of window. So you can do it for 2 months altogether. and you choose, there's options where you can choose that the platform delivers your ebook, or you give them codes to go get it on Amazon, or you choose to deliver the ebook yourself. And I always choose to deliver the ebook myself, because in that email, I can say, hey, if you wouldn't mind, if you enjoy the book, I'd say, here's your book. If you don't mind, if you enjoyed the book, would you mind leaving a review on other platforms? And I give them the links to the platforms. And then I always ask if they want to be added to my email newsletter list, because you're not supposed to do that from Library Thing. You're not supposed to use their emails to add them to your newsletter list. So I always ask, and I always get a couple who say, yeah, please add me to your newsletter list. So I always take advantage of that. And some of them will go and leave the reviews on other platforms. They don't just stay on Library Thing. They'll go to other platforms. So it's very useful. The way they run those now, it used to be whenever you're ready, you just go on there and you request it. Now it's run by certain time in the month. And I'm getting really, really close for it to be a February giveaway, with it coming out in March. So I'm trying to decide if I want to do it now on Library Thing. If I do, I have to do that within like the next few days, because I think it starts like February 4th. I think I might wait, though. I think I might do it as a March giveaway, and then they will get the book at the end of March. So it'll be after my book is out already. And the reason why I say I think I'm going to wait is because I was late getting A Curse of Wings and Gems, and I missed the January deadline. So they're getting my book at the beginning of February, everybody that's claiming my book on Library Thing. So they're going to get it at the end of February. So then I can do the Florist Budding Desire for the next month. I think that's what I'm going to do. Yeah. Okay. I'm talking through my plans here with y'all. I don't know if it's interesting to anybody. Oh, and if anyone's interested, there is MailerLite is putting on a webinar in 2 days, where they're saying we all know automation is essential for growing your business, right? Of course. In this session, learn how to build sophisticated welcome automation from the ground up. We'll dive deep into connecting outside integrations to workflows, using actions like delays and conditions to the fullest. This is probably all going to be on the MailerLite platform, but knowing these things and how they work is probably going to be similar on other platforms. And then it goes on. It says, and how to understand and track results so your automations actually improve over time. And the webinar is perfect for those looking to level up their automation game. If anyone's interested in that, I signed up for it. If anyone's interested in that, it's in 2 days, January 28th at 11 a.m. Central, so 12 p.m. Eastern. Let me know, and I can drop the link in the chat. Okay, now let's get to what you guys have said. Beth Ann said, I think this is where we left off. Trying to stay motivated to close out my workday. That was 3:28. Nope, that's probably not where we left off. Where did we leave off? I know we did this. Manage 362 words for a start. Reading sounds relaxing. Here we go. That must have been where we left off. Joanne says, kind of. There's 725 words for this chapter, and I'm trying to make it to 1,500. Oh, okay, so you're trying to double a chapter. So I'm a little under halfway there. You're getting there, though. JL says to JK, definitely let me know when the book is available. Of course, we all want to know when her book's going to be available, because I've been waiting. Was it like 2.5 years now? But I will be here when you've got it, Joanne. So. Brian is almost home, so I'm going to get dinner started. Hope everyone has a great night. Thank you so much for being here, JL. That was like 45 minutes ago, so I missed you. I'm sorry. We'll do have a great night. But Joanne caught you, so awesome. Gwyneth says 788 words. Amazing. Thanks for hosting. Get some rest. Thank you so much. Thank you for this mention. Have a great evening, you guys too. Okay, well, that brings us to the end. Thank you everyone for hanging out with me today. I still got like another 62 minutes left that I need to do, but I'm going to go get dinner. I hear my hubby and kiddo home, so I'm going to go say hello and get some dinner. Thank you everyone so much for coming, and I'll be back again tomorrow. And look out for any streams that might be later. There's spreadsheets down below. You can see who else might be sprinting.